Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, and allow me to set the intentions for this space as we await for our first guests to arrive. May this be an all-inclusive environment, open to everyone, a non-denominational spiritual space for us to come together as fellow students of the universe, to relate in one another's experiences, ask meaningful questions, uplift each other, and share positivity. I trust that, regardless of who you are, there is something of value you have in your presence here. And so I welcome everyone. Hello, Ragnhildur. Hello, Jess. I am in Canada. Jai Hanumanji. Yes, it is his birthday today. I just saw that mere seconds before I went live. Where is he? He can sit with me today. Feel balance. Last time he didn't balance. Here he is. Okay, Hanuman, I am tasking you with balancing. It's your birthday today. He gets the hot seat. See how long he stands until he falls over. Hello, Jade. Hello, Flow with Paige. Hello, 31 Planes of Existence. Welcome, Chloe. Radhe, Radhe, Mister. Hello, Pinky. Hello, Small. And thank you, Pinky, for your 40 roses. Thank you for blessing us so early on. Ariom Tat Sat. Now, I have a question of the day for you all. In case you're curious, I shall reveal it to you now. I am certainly curious. Today I'm wondering what your favorite part of your personality is that you'd like to refine. You are more than welcome to interpret it in any way that you seek fit. There are many areas which we like about ourselves that we enjoy chiseling away at, improving upon, or just molding as we grow and learn. What parts of your personality do you like to work on? I know that some people love their oration abilities, their ability to speak and have command over the language that they use to convey themselves. Some people like to refine their sense of humor, etc. And hello, Kimmy. Vishal, you had asked how to fix boredom. Now that's a good question. Now, if it was something to be fixed, maybe we could investigate this idea. But I'm going to challenge you on the premise in that it's not something to be fixed. And thank you, Chris, for your heartmeat. Hariom Tat Sat. And Ginseng, thank you for your cake. Jai Sitaram. And no, Gregor G, you have not missed the reading of Roar the Ganges. Don't worry. Jess, you like that you can easily imagine how others are feeling, but it's also exhausting. That's very understandable. Learning how to set those internal boundaries with ourselves so we can be sensitive to those dimensions of life without being overstimulated. That's a challenging thing. And is that slow your heart? Yes, it is. Hello. You wish to refine your impulsive side. It's very honest of you, and I salute your optimism. And thank you, Whisper, for your heartbeat too. Radhe, Radhe. Flow with Paige. You would like to refine your ability to bring your ideas into action. You have amazing ideas, but no action. That's tricky, isn't it? Seeing all the potential you have for yourself, but you're not sure where to start. And I very much enjoyed Tarot, Lauren. The Enigma. What a great title you have. Jade, you like how loving and caring you are. I like that about you too. 31 Planes. Your humor and making people laugh. It's a type of humility, but some people are very serious though. Yes. Some are tough cookies, that's for sure. But I think it is no coinky-dink that humor and humility share the same root of hume. Thank you, Uzi8. Uzi8. I am not sure how to pronounce your name, but much love back to you anyway. Ragnhildur, you would like to refine your empathy and sensitivity and need to set better boundaries. Those are very beautiful things to refine. Absolutely. Hello, Chelsea. Sheila, you would like to refine your humor and self-confidence. These are great pieces of you. I concur. And thank you, Vera May, for your heart me. Orion Tatsat. And Jarrett, welcome. Thank you for your heart me too. Jai Hanumanji. And Nene, thank you for your heart me too. Orion Tatsat. Tali, you like that you have a good heart. That is a very likable quality of you. I agree. And Hexwiz, your favorite part of your personality is that you like to help people. And how would you refine it? By learning to say no, you share. That's a tough thing, isn't it? We almost feel like there are so many expectations to say yes, that if we say no, we'd be denying them something that would benefit them. Vereme, you share that your favorite part is your mind, and you wish you could stay present constantly. I wish for that as well, my friend. And thank you, Vladimir, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, neighbor lady, for your heart me too. Jai Sitaram. Shakira, you would like to refine your accepting nature, because you need discernment. Ah, yes. Being a good discerner is such an asset. That is for sure. How to accept openly, but with the right boundaries. You share that you would like to refine being humble without being proud of your humility. That's humilityception. I love that. And then refining your humble humility without being proud of your humble humility. And now you're humble about the fact that you're humble about your humility. And we have to not be proud of that. Tricky, isn't it? Thank you, Dagger, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Gabriella. Norse paganism is not something I'm very knowledgeable about, so perhaps you could teach me a few things. And Mermander, your favorite part of your personality is empathy, but also the hardest. That's very understandable. Yeah. Tempest Anamaram, you ask, what is the wee statue of? This is Hanuman. Hanuman is a devotee of Rama. Rama is one of the most famous forms of God in Hinduism, and Hanuman is the perfection of devotion personified. And it's his birthday today. He's a monkey. So it's Hanuman Jayanti. So I've given him the hot spot, the hot seat for his birthday. And you spelt it correctly, Mermander. Perfectly, in fact. And thank you, Ginseng, for your half-dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. Duffy, you share that you had a talk with me earlier about doing a reading, and that I said I wouldn't mention it on live. Oh, did I? They're getting tricky, aren't they, those impersonators? I humbly refer you to the banner up here. Unfortunately, 'twas not I you had a conversation with. But I appreciate your cautiousness and your knowledge to clarify. And thank you, John, for your tiny nippy. You led him on for a while. Oh, good. You occupied him with someone who wasn't going to be scammed then. Thank you. And Anfi, you share that your favorite part is your sensitive nature and your desire for digging deep, but it can be overwhelming. Sounds like a very precious part of you, and I'm sure many people here can relate to it. Marnie Boo, you share perseverance. That's a big thing. Yeah. Aw. Thank you, Uzait. I'm very happy to have you here. Manabel, you share that your best part is your imagination and dreams. Those are wonderful qualities to have indeed, and I'm happy you appreciate them in yourself. Sky Guardian, you say, to tell an imposter apart from me, you have to ask them their full name. If they don't say Yamuel, it's fake. Well, I hope they weren't listening, because then they might be taking notes. Okay, it's Yamuel. Now, thank you, Dagger, for your balloons as well. Radhe, Radhe. And I emoji, a non-thinker, you share that you wish to refine conversation and reduce oversharing. It's a very powerful ability to share the necessity to condense what we really mean into a finite form. Absolutely. Hello, Candy, 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 Candy. Radhe, Radhe, Aiznara. Now I think we've done a great exploration altogether of this question of the day. Sounds like the common theme is our openness to new things, new people, new emotions, which can be both a blessing and a curse. And so the curse side of that is something that we wish to refine, how to be open without being overwhelmed by all the stuff that comes with being open. And Jarrett, you wish to refine the ability to forgive yourself. Such a powerful thing that is. I concur. And Anfi, you ask, am I going to share the answer to my own question with us? Let me think. I always forget. What is my favorite part of my personality that I wish to refine? Being more funny without taking away from anyone's experience of pain. Sometimes taking life not serious might come across as invalidating someone else's serious experience. So I'd like to learn how to be more lighthearted without affecting anyone that way. Now, why don't we read from another section of Roar of the Ganges? As many of you know, I like to open up my lives with a question of the day, followed by a reading. We have been reading a few pages at a time, Roar of the Ganges. Many people seem to be enjoying it, such as yourself, Greg RG. We've made our way, a significant way through the book so far, maybe a third of the way through. It's a book written by a Swami, a spiritual renunciant known as Tadatmanandaji. Well, Tadatmananda, but I add the G at the end as a honorific of sorts. He has given his expressed permission for me to read this to you all. In fact, by Hanuman. There his prayer and best wishes are the cover, sent to me by one of his most prolific devotees, Sky Guardian, one of our Sangis. This book takes us on Swamiji's journey through India before he became a Swami himself. At the time, he was simply known as Mark, a computer scientist from America who was recently married and then divorced and started questioning the nature of spirituality and reality. Alright, I think Hanuman is tired from standing. I'll put him back next to all of his other friends. Recently, we were in a conversation with Raj, a Hindu. And Raj was curious about how he was once a Catholic, but then converted to Hinduism. But then Mark said, no, I never converted. There is no such thing as conversion, in my opinion. We all have our beliefs, and we can't simply change them as if we were swapping out wardrobes. Instead, I vowed to know the truth, not just acquire a certain belief system. And this was confusing to Raj the Hindu. Raj pondered, but you still have to believe Vedanta's teaching about the immortality of the soul. When Vedanta teaches that Atma is immortal, I pointed out, it is not referring to something inaccessible or removed from our experience. I just realized I skipped a paragraph. Let me go back up. There's a huge difference between knowledge and belief. You can believe in something remote, something inaccessible, something you can't experience, but something that is immediately present in your experience cannot be a matter of belief. Raj's point-blank look prompted me to explain, "Do you believe that I am sitting here next to you on the bench?" No, I would not exactly say believe, but... You don't believe I am sitting here? Because you know I am sitting here. Whatever is present in your experience cannot be a matter of belief. You don't believe the Ganges stretches out before us. You know it from your own experience. On the other hand, whatever we experience remains a matter of faith. Whatever happens after death, for example, cannot be experimentally verified. It cannot be known, so it remains a matter of belief. This distinction is very important in Vedanta. It maintains that if something is capable of being known, we should seek knowledge, not belief. Raj pondered. But you still have to believe Vedanta's teachings about the immortality of the soul. When Vedanta teaches that Atma, the soul, is immortal, I pointed out, it is not referring to something inaccessible or removed from our experience. Atma is the truth of ourselves. It is the essence of our conscious experience. In fact, it is consciousness itself, the consciousness present in every experience, the consciousness by which we know that we are sitting here on the bench. Since it is not hidden or remote, it is not a matter for belief. It can be known. But how can you know that the self is immortal? Raj asked. That's exactly what Vedanta is all about. Vedanta is called pramana, a means of knowledge. It is a method for leading you to discover the truth of yourself. It can lead to discover the immortality of your true self, Atma. As we talked, I sensed that Raj did not have much exposure to these teachings. In the past, this would have surprised me. When I first came to India, I had naively assumed that all Hindus were spiritually advanced, superior to those of us living in the materialistic West. But I learned that Hindus in India are not unlike their Christian or Jewish counterparts in the West. Everywhere, people seem to have very limited comprehensions of their own religious traditions. Few become thoroughly acquainted with the depth and breadth of their religions, and fewer yet appear to fully assimilate spiritual principles into their hearts and lives. Most Christians seem to have a superficial knowledge of theology. In the same way, most Hindus appear to possess only a cursory knowledge of Vedanta. Few have had the opportunity to live and study with a traditional teacher. I am extremely grateful for having had that opportunity. Many here have told me how fortunate I was to have studied with my guru, Swami Dayananda. And when they learned how extensive my studies had been, they sometimes asked me spiritual questions, casting me in the role of a teacher. At first, their questions embarrassed me. What right do I have to tell Hindus anything about Vedanta? I thought. But I later realized the pretentiousness of my attitude. Their respect was not for me. It was for the teachings of Vedanta. I was merely a vehicle for those teachings. Also, I was surprised they would even consider presenting their questions to a white foreigner like me. I expected most Indians to assume that I, as a Westerner, could not possibly have understood anything about Vedanta. Their lack of prejudice was refreshing. Later in our conversation, after the sun had risen high over the mountains, Raj said, "One thing I still don't understand is how you can simply dismiss reincarnation and the theory of karma." "I'm not dismissing anything, Raj. I only said that reincarnation and the theory of karma were matters of belief. We all have beliefs of one kind or another. It's not possible to avoid them. They help us deal with situations that we cannot otherwise understand. For example, why do bad things sometimes happen to good people? Why should we not cheat and steal if we can get away with it? And how can some people commit terrible atrocities and still escape punishment? Beliefs in karma and reincarnation help us answer all these questions. They help us make sense of the world and of our lives by giving us a meaningful, beneficial outlook." "But still," Raj remarked, "you insist that reincarnation is a matter of belief, whereas immortality of the soul, Atma, is a matter of knowledge. Tell me, these two topics are both taught in our scriptures, are they not?" "That is so," I agreed. "Then how can you accept one as true and dismiss the other as belief?" I explained, "Because I can discover Atma and know it to be immortal, whereas I can only accept reincarnation as a belief. There are two different perspectives here, and they are getting confused. Instead of talking about knowledge and belief, suppose we try to differentiate between religion and spirituality." Raising his eyebrows, Raj asked, "How can religion and spirituality ever be separated?" This was an important distinction for me, an issue I had struggled with for a long time. I shared with Raj my perspective that religion dwells upon matters of belief, and spirituality dwells upon matters of knowledge and experience. Each of the world's religions has its own system of belief. Beliefs about the nature of God, about the soul, about what happens after we die, and so on. And because these beliefs cannot be verified, we can accept them or reject them, but we cannot prove them to be true or false. Religions are defined by their beliefs. We could call them systems of belief. And since beliefs cannot be true or false provably, we cannot say one religion is true and another is false. All are equally valid as systems of belief. Good evening, Audrey D. Vedanta, on the other hand, is a spiritual teaching, not a belief system. It is a pramana, a means for gaining self-knowledge, a means for knowing reality. The purpose of Vedanta is different from that of religion. Religions convey beliefs, whereas Vedanta imparts self-knowledge. The distinction between spiritual knowledge and religious beliefs is found in the Vedas, humanity's oldest scriptures themselves. Each of the 4 Vedas is broadly divided into 2 parts, like the Bible's twofold division of Old and New Testaments. The first part of the Vedas, called the Karma Kanda, is comprised mostly of prayers, rituals, and devotional meditations. These topics are primarily matters of belief. We could therefore say that the first part of the Vedas is essentially religious in nature. Hello, Michelle. And Deb. The latter part of the Vedas, called Jnana Kanda, deals not with beliefs but with spiritual knowledge, jnana, about Atma, the world, and its creator. This part is considered by many to be Hinduism's foundation, the solid base of knowledge upon which all its beliefs rest. This portion is comprised of many individual texts called Upanishads, and because the Upanishads are found at the end, Anta, of each of the 4 Vedas, this subject matter is commonly called Vedanta, Veda Anta. To illustrate the difference between knowledge and belief, I told Raj a story from the Vedas, a story found in the Mundaka Upanishad about a fabulously wealthy man named Shaunaka. Shaunaka was not satisfied with worldly success. He realized wealth could not bring fulfillment. Therefore, he sought spiritual knowledge. One day, Shaunaka approached the celebrated sage Angiras and inquired, "Tell me, sir, what is that knowledge, knowing which all else becomes known?" Angiras replied, "Those who are enlightened say that there are 2 kinds of knowledge, lower and higher. The lower knowledge is found in many scriptures and auxiliary texts, but the higher knowledge is that by which the immutable reality is known." And hello, Michelle. Here, lower knowledge refers to the first part of the Vedas, the Karma Kanda, and higher knowledge refers to the latter part, the Upanishads. Angiras told Shaunaka how the rituals described in the Karma Kanda help worshippers reach heaven. Remarkably, he then criticized those very rituals, comprising them or comparing them to unsteady boats on rough waters. He said the results of rituals are not steady, that is, they are not eternal, because even the pleasures of heaven eventually come to an end. Let us pause our reading there. Thank you for listening with me, everyone. We will continue reading this section at another part. And thank you to those who sent something whilst we read. Do allow me the opportunity to extend my gratitude back to you now. John F. Thank you for your rose. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Sky Guardian, you're wondering which page are we on? Let me look. 110. And Audrey D, thank you for your 16 roses. A tiny tiny. Yippee! A heart me. And a finger heart. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Craig, for your heart me and hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Audrey D, for another team bracelet and cheer you up too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Deb, for your heart me and cake also. Radhe Radhe. And Thank you, Rachel, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. I'm happy you enjoyed the reading, Viper, and Melissa and Audrey. I very much am enjoying the book thus far. And thank you, Astrid, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, the daily. And Audrey, you asked how my day was going. It's going well, thank you. Spent a lot of it in the sun today, writing. And thank you, Vladimir, for your subscription. Happy to have you here, and I look forward to the opportunity of being more of service to you. Radhe, Radhe. Mohammed, you share that anytime you want to work, you remember your faults. That's a great practice to have. Our deficiencies, so that we don't get too proud of our virtues. It keeps us humble and gives us some awareness for the areas which we could improve today or tomorrow. And thank you, Usha, for your finger heart and your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Gregar, you are wondering, what did I write today? I wrote a new journal that I'm starting. It's an idea that I've always wanted to have, which is where I just write simple one sentence questions, and then I try to write simple 1 sentence answers. And then I repeatedly ask a question about the most recent answer and see where it leads. I think it's a very effective and practical means of getting to the root of something complicated. Ambrosia, you share that. You are listening in the car, and your 5-year-old is falling asleep to this. Jeez. If your 5-year-old is relaxed by philosophy, my goodness. I'm going to be scared of them in 10 years. They will be too powerful. And I'm happy to have provided a space in which you find calmness in, Rachel. Mason, you're wondering what religion I practice. Whatever yours is, I only wish to enhance. Like being on an island, the ocean is all around you. As long as you stick to a certain direction, you'll eventually reach the shore. Likewise, truth is all around us. We just have to be committed to some way, follow it through. Thus, I only wish to accelerate you on your journey to that truth. Shakira, you ask, do I have wild dreams every night? Yours feel like movies. Let's see, can I remember my dreams last night? I do remember being woken up by them because they were quite wild. I don't think they were memorable enough for me to remember though. But yes, usually they are so abstract, they're difficult to describe actually. Sky Guardian, you share. that the thing about Hanumanji is that it can be seen as quite disrespectful. The deity should be of reverence, like people don't touch the deities without showering and such. Well, I didn't do that, did I? I agree, they should be treated with reverence. However, it is all in the intention. And my intention was not to take any kind of reverence away from them. But you have given me the opportunity to be more aware of this in the future. And that allows me another way to be of service to them. So, thank you. Vladimir, you ask, how can I stop smoking tobacco? Well, I'll tell you from my experience of vaping nicotine that it can be easy when you understand that the happiness that you seek was never found in the substance itself. When we feel that momentary bliss from quenching the desire, the bliss is experienced simply from the urge being removed. But when we quench a desire, it's like throwing oil on a fire. It may momentarily go out because we've smothered it. But now that it has another fuel source, it'll just erupt with redoubled intensity. So the secret is just to wait out the desire, and then when it's gone, you'll experience that same bliss. And if you train yourself to do this, then you can even get that dopamine response, even while practicing the discipline of denying your mind. Because it's all about relief, and dopamine is the chemical that anticipates relief. It does not come when you are relieved, it comes just before you expect to be relieved. Such is why the peak dopamine when you're eating food happens just before you take your first bite, and then it's downhill from there. When we understand that through denial of the mind we also get relief, then we can also anticipate the relief from just waiting it out, and thus the same dopamine is released. Speaking of release and relief, your happiness is within. We have only given the power to other substances to dictate our own happiness, but our own happiness is ours. We get to decide when it is exercised. And hello, Sarah. And Gregor, you ask if I've considered an outside sunset stream. The sun sets during your life, if no wind. Yes, indeed it does. And yeah, we talked about it last week. And the day I said we'd try it out, it was actually really cloudy, windy, and then started raining. I'll have to pay attention to the weather, but assuming that my internet extends outside, then I would love to try that out, for sure. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Lay Space. I am well, thank you. I'm hanging brain. You ask, genuine question, what makes you happy in your life? Happiness does not come from anything in your life. We may feel like happiness is the result of being successful, having a good sleep cycle, a healthy body, a healthy mind, good friends, better choices. But studies have consistently shown that even people who excel in these areas across the board, their general happiness is independent. In fact, it seems like the research says happiness works the other way around. It's the happy people who become more successful. It's the happy people that sleep better. The happy people that have better immune responses. Happy people make better choices and have more fulfilling relationships. Now, this might sound like a paradox. How come those things don't lead to happiness, but they are associated with happiness? And it's because they are the result of happiness. So what is happiness the result of? And that's where we get stuck, because it's not the result of anything. It is the cause of everything, which means that it's entirely within you. Your potential to be happy is always there. What prevents us from not being happy is simply our inability to recognize that it's something within us, rather than something dependent on the outcome of some external factor. So in a very genuine way, I say that no thing in my life makes me happy. Because happiness is from where all of our good actions come. And thank you, Derek, for your donut. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Greg, for your tiny. Yippee! Beep Bop Zero, you ask, what about clinical depression? Like if you know your dopaminergic system is imbalanced. The scientific understanding of happiness is through various models, like the neurotransmitter model, relating happiness to dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins. But dopamine itself is not a cause of happiness. The closest one to the experience of happiness is serotonin, such is why many antidepressants use SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Studies show that serotonin is released when we feel accomplished, when we have done something meaningful, like attend to someone in need, be of service to our loved one, deepen our relationship, when we feel like we have increased our effectiveness at refining some trait we wish to improve in. So many therapeutic techniques to treat depression involve changes in lifestyle, rather than viewing it as some unchangeable defect in one's biology. It is a changeable outcome of how we live our life and the perspective of life we have. Now, of course, it is an uphill battle. It is the most difficult thing that a person can possibly go through, is be in remission for clinical depression, because it can be a terminal illness when untreated. There are many conditions our mind can be in that are not life-threatening. Like if you have anxiety and you go to the hospital, they'll turn you back home. I know this from experience. I begged them, please, 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 there must be something wrong with me. Why do I feel like this? And so they did every possible test under the sun. They said, yep, you've got anxiety. I said, but what if there's something that's not coming up on the tests? Well, if you were going to die from it, it would show up on your vitals. So whatever it is, it's not something that's going to kill you. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So they sent me home. Depression, on the other hand, if you show up with severe depressive symptoms, they're not just going to send you home. At least they shouldn't, because that can be life-threatening. Suicide is a very serious thing to even contemplate. But it is understandable. I mean, it's a big philosophical question. As Shakespeare said, to be or not to be? That is the question. While holding up a skull. In my opinion, which is biased, limited, and surely has room for improvement, there is always a reason to keep going, even if it's out of spite, even if it's silly. But I think a silly reason to keep going is still better than no reason. The pain may feel like it is unending. But the challenges that come our way in life are not meant to restrain us. They are meant to put pressure on us so that we push pressure in response and expand and grow. The adversities come our way as opportunities for us to deepen the ability for our heart to hold so much experience. The difference between happy people and unhappy people are not in the happy people's inability to be sensitive to the dark parts of life. It's in their ability to hold space for all that pain, sadness, and anger without feeling like it's weighing them down. Now, how do you do that? Patience and practice. Whenever you are feeling sad, in pain, or angry, hold space for yourself. Understand that all sensations occur to you and are not of you. You are not the feeling, but the witness of the feeling. And as that witness, you are unchanging. And thank you, Adridi, for your dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. I always think of that too, Gregor, when I see Aurora's profile picture. It does indeed remind me of the Nataraj. Thank you, Annika's World, for your quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good evening, BLXY. Of course, you are very welcome to ask a question, Nadine, and I will do my best to relate in my experience however I can. Gregor, you're wondering about the meaning of Nataraj. It's a good question. I'm not exactly sure myself. But it's the name for Shiva dancing in this depiction. This is the statue outside the Large Hadron Collider, for example, at CERN. Thank you, 31 Planes, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, John, for your trio of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Stephen, you ask, how do we stay so positive? We stay positive by seeing two kinds of things. Either this moment is positive, or it has the potential to be positive. And that's it. Those are the only two ways that this present moment can be. Some people call it positive and negative, but negative just means potential for there to be positive. So there's either positive or potential to be positive. In either way, keep your mind on that positive. Thank you, BLXY, for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nadine, you ask, how do you get out? You've had enough with this experience on life. You say out of your, and then the clause of that sentence ends. Out of your head, out of your own suffering. Anyway, I get the question. Now the Buddhists, they say that life is nothing but suffering. They do. In fact, it's the fundamental tenet of Buddhism. For the Christians, they have the Nicene Creed, for example, the fundamental tenets of what it means to be a Christian. For a Buddhist, it's another flavor. The tenet is just this: suffering is a reality. They call this world Samsara, meaning the cycle of births and deaths, referring both to reincarnation as well as the cycles of building and collapsing that we experience in our life. We go to achieve this new goal, life's looking up, and then it all just goes to crap. We find a new relationship, we start working on it, and then we lose them. There's a cycle of little births and deaths that happen all throughout our own life. The Buddhists call that Samsara. They say there's another way to be, called Nirvana. When one has escaped that samsara, you are said to be in Nirvana. Interestingly, although that's a great guess, Gentilo, Nirvana doesn't exactly translate to heaven. Because heaven and hell is still a part of the samsara, at least according to the Buddhists. You go to heaven, and then the pleasures run out, according to your karmas, your bank account balance. Like in this lifetime, we can either do virtuous things or sinful things. Well, that makes our karmic bank account balance positive or negative. If it's positive, then we go into heaven for that amount of time. And then we return after it runs out. Like getting kicked out. Eviction notice. You can't pay rent anymore. You gotta go back. Same is true for hell. Till our time is served. Then we come back. And that is all part of the samsara. So Nirvana is even beyond heaven. It's beyond some place in which you feel pleasure. Because pleasure only leads to more pain. Eventually. Nirvana is something different. Some people imagine it like a big void. Finally, nothingness. Some people imagine it as a kind of unifying light. There's just oneness. Some people imagine it as both, or neither. I like to imagine Nirvana not as any place separate from this one. The only difference is your perspective. When you're trying to escape this world, then that is samsara. But when you accept it for what it is, then that is nirvana. So how do we come to accept it if it's so full of suffering? That's the penultimate question, isn't it? We have to change our understanding as suffering from a bad thing to an opportunity. How is suffering an opportunity? Well, it depends if it's happening to us or others. When it's happening to us, it's an opportunity to be stronger, to grow from it, to be more non-attached to the things we're afraid of losing. When it's happening to others, then that's our opportunity for service, to help them, to extend our hand, be selfless. In either case, with the right view, suffering becomes an opportunity. Now, a challenging opportunity at that. Opportunity doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. The best opportunities are the ones that require you to be the most conscious. And of the Eightfold Path, the Noble Eightfold Path prescribed in Buddhism, for example, that's the first step, having the right view. And all of the other steps follow from there. Just change your understanding of what the nature of suffering is, and you can transform your own samsara into nirvana. Thank you, Chris, for your rose many minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Laura. What is today's message? I don't know yet. Aurora, you had asked, why do people sometimes get defensive and angry when they're offered help or acceptance? Because that requires them to admit that they are in need of help. And that means challenging their own beliefs, own understandings. And that's not something we can force upon them. And that's the next part exactly, Sonny. It makes them feel vulnerable, because then they have to readapt again to a new way. Makes them feel very weak. And thank you, MJ, for your quintet of tiny tinies. And a disco love. And thank you, Lex, for your heart meat, your rose and hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Taiwan, you ask, what is the point of this life? That's up to you. My intention for this space, as being a sangha, is a non-denominational gathering for us to ask uplifting questions, share uplifting experiences, and relate in one another's experiences. And thank you, Rachel, for your hand hearts and paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, John Simon, for your heart me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 31 planes you share, that you get staying present is the key to life. But do I think about my future like Yam at age 32? Who knows if I'll still be here at the age of 32? Even the rest of this day isn't guaranteed. Without that guarantee, I have to be giving my full attention to the present in order to make the most of it. And thank you, Nadine, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Astrid, for your heart me. Jai Sita Ram. And Alan, thank you for your heart me and your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And much love to you, Gina. Thank you, Zalet, for your octet of cloud breads, as always. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Shalb. 31 Planes. You ask if I plan my future. I don't really plan anything, but I do have dreams. I see so much potential. Many different pathways that this present could lead to. And I'm very open to all of them, because I have to be. If I'm not open to some possible future, then I've already put expectations on how this moment should or should not unfold. And that expectation is only going to hurt me. Thank you, this guy, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Scott Gibson, you share that I seem very calm and peaceful. Well, that's good. I think calmness and peacefulness are qualities that I'd love to continue developing further. Thank you, Jarrett, for your rose. And how many corgis did you send, Jarrett? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 corgi butts. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bendo, thank you for your heart, mate. Jai Sitaram. Sky Guardian has a poem for us. A 6-word poem. 2-word. I miscounted. The dog that farts hearts. Good to see you as well, Athena Scar. Zealot, you ask. So, don't lower your expectations, get rid of them? How will you know when something is wrong? That's a good question. Well, having no expectations is a limit, a limiting sequence of lowered and lowered expectations. So, if one does aspire to get rid of them, then the way to do that is continuously drop your expectations. But how will you know when something is wrong? I think what you're asking is, if, for example, someone is in need of help, shouldn't we expect ourselves to be of help? Otherwise, how will we know to do so? We may compel ourselves into action by expecting that everyone should be healthy. And then the moment that expectation is not fulfilled, that triggers our sense of help. Fortunately, I don't think that's necessary to be of help. Because you don't have to judge there to be a problem in order to go and start solving. Like in the case that we described yesterday of a Japanese person walking into a room and the vase gets knocked over and it smashes on the floor. Now in English, we'd probably say something along the lines of, or think to ourselves, I just broke the vase, now I need to go and clean it up. But a common theme in Japanese, I don't know how to speak it myself, but I do know that what they'd think or say translates to, the vase was broken, now it needs to be cleaned up. What's the difference between these two? Well, in the first form, we identified with the action, and then we put pressure on ourselves to go and do the right thing. But in the second form, there's no identification with it anymore. There was no expectation for myself to be a person that doesn't knock vases over. And so you're not cleaning it up to fulfill your own expectation you have of yourself. Instead, there's just an opportunity for something to be cleaned up, and now you're attending to that opportunity. So it's a good question. In a funny way, the answer is, you don't know when something is wrong because you don't look at the world in terms of right and wrong. You look at it in terms of, here is an opportunity that I may attend to. Now, thank you, Rachel Blackmoon, for your 100 roses you sent a minute ago. Radhe, Radhe. I like your, what is that, 6 words? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 word summary, Gregor. It broke. Oh well emoji. Simply clean. Brush emoji. Then no karma. Happy face emoji. And thank you, Astrid, for your 43 roses a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Mistra, for your heart, me too. Jai Sitaram. The letter Z. Now I've revealed my nationality. Z, you ask, how old are you? I feel like I just got here. I'm 22. Thank you, Linda, for your cube of roses you sent a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. Now this is a new expression for me, Zealot. You say, thank you, Yam. Even short in the tooth, you are very wise. Are you saying I have short teeth? I've never heard of this expression before. I like it though. And thank you, Asma, for your heart me a few minutes ago as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dark Dumbledore, you say, you wish you could be as cool as me. I wish I could be as cool as you think I am. For coolness is also in the eye of the beholder. Hannah, you ask, yeah, it's a 17-year-old age difference too much for a romantic relationship? Well, if the older of the two is 18, then the answer is definitely yes. But as the ratio between those two ages approaches 1-to-1, then it becomes more and more reasonable. At what age does it become perfectly reasonable? Well, it's like at what point, when you keep adding grains of sand, does it become a pile? Well, 1 grain of sand, you wouldn't exactly call that a pile. 2, no. 3, no. In fact, any small number of grains don't exactly constitute a pile, but at some point, it starts to look very pile-like, And then it becomes much more probable that you'd identify it as a pile. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses a few minutes ago. Ariom Tat Sat. And Liz, thank you for your flowers. Radhe, Radhe. And Scott Gibson, thank you for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. And Jarrett, thank you for your corgi. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Morigna, you ask, what is Sangha? I keep coming across your For You page. Sangha means company, or an accompaniment, or a gathering, community, or community gathering. I think my favorite example of what a Sangha is like when we were sitting for preschool, kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and our early education. We'd all sit on the carpet together. And we'd tell each other things we were looking forward to, new facts we learned about our special interests. And then the host of the carpet time would eventually come and just start talking about their own experience of life. And we try to relate to that. So it's like carpet time. And then at some point, our education transitioned into something very formal. It wasn't an expression of experience, it was more memorization. And that's good and all for academia. But for true perception, we must experience it directly. And that is what this gathering attempts to do so. As fellow students of life, we relate in one another's experiences, ask and receive uplifting questions and answers, and uplift each other by sharing sentiments of positivity. Thank you, thank you, Jared, for another corgi I saw a few minutes ago. I am a little behind on extending my gratitude. Ariom Tat Sat. And Rachel Blackmoon, thank you for the beautiful set of hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. And Astrid, thank you for the "You're Amazing" a few moments ago. It's very kind. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jeffrey, you share that you've been struggling really bad with your job. You're not happy there, but you make good money. Any advice? It's funny, isn't it? You ask someone, why are you studying hard? So I can get good grades. Why do you want good grades? So I can pass my course. Why do you want to pass your course? So I can acquire my credits. Why do you want to acquire credits? Oh, so I can get a good degree. Why do you want to get a good degree? So I can get a good job. Why do you want to get a good job? Oh, so I can get some good money. Why do you want to get good money? Oh, so I can treat myself to, comforts and to occasional luxury, to support my loved ones. Why do you want to do all that? Because it makes me happy. Well, if happiness is the goal, we could shortcut that process so much easier. Being happy is not a matter of what we do with our lives. It's how we engage with our lives. If at work, your awareness is always on something out of your control, like meeting deadlines that your boss is always pressuring you to achieve, hitting some quota, if it's about trying to befriend your colleagues that don't seem to want anything to do with you. There are so many parts of work life that are out of our control, and yet we stake our sense of self in them. But happiness is much simpler than meeting all these expectations. To be happy through work, which in spirituality is known as karma yoga. Yoga meaning union or unity. Karma meaning work or action. Literally, unity through work is what karma yoga means. How karma yoga has been taught for 5,000 years or more means just this, that you work for the sake of helping others and not for what you get in return, nor for what you avoid by doing so. That is to say, the intentions of our actions are not staked in getting something favorable in return or avoiding something unfavorable. Because naturally, even the best worker in the world is going to eventually miss the status quo, either in conversation with a colleague, or with their boss's demands, or the economy could collapse. Whatever it may be, if we stake our happiness in something outside of our control, eventually we will become unhappy by our own expectations being unfulfilled by the very intentions in which we are doing our job. So true karma yoga means being just one with the action itself. Even if you're a deli clerk, just find that flow state in slicing that salami, in measuring how much ham you want to give, in filling up the salad bowls, in making those sandwiches. Find Zen within the small things, and then all together those small things add up into a big stream of consciousness, and in that fluidity you become inwardly peaceful. Okay, hungry now. My apologies. Now thank you, Auntie, for your rose ice cream cone, 2 roses, an ice cream cone, a TikTok, a rose, a TikTok, and another ice cream cone, and a rose. Thank you, Auntie. Radhe, Radhe. And Chloe, you share that you work at a vet clinic, and the responsibilities for you is certainly very different than a deli worker, but the capacity to be one with your responsibilities is still possible through karma yoga. For example, you become one with all of the animals that you greet and take care of. You become so in tune with what their needs are that they are essentially an extension of you, or vice versa. They and you become unified. Yoga. You work for the sake of doing your best job, fulfilling your duty, rather than what you receive in return. The love you feel in the process is the reward itself. Zealot, you ask, is there some sort of food yoga, unity through cooking or eating? Absolutely, yeah. There's a yoga for everything. The yoga for your diet is called, there is a yogic diet. It's another name for eating Sattvic foods, foods that are low in tamas or rajas, foods that decrease your mental ability or increase it, interestingly. You might think that we should take advantage of foods that increase our mental ability. The problem is, of course, they come with a cost. Like drinking coffee is great for the first few hours, and then you get the jitters, maybe you get nauseous, or you get really sleepy. It's in the rise and the fall that we end up suffering. So Sattvic foods just maintain our level of mental clarity at about the same level throughout the day. Hello, Will. And thank you, Berkey, for your heart me and rose a few minutes ago. Probably many minutes ago by now. Radhe, Radhe. And Asma, thank you for your team bracelet. Jai Sita Ram. Hello, Sienna. And thank you, Rachel, for your lock and key many moments ago. Arion Tat Sat. Cooking for others can be a very selfless thing to do as well. I've heard of many chefs that make such amazing meals for their friends, their clients, their families, but when they want to eat something, they turn on the kettle, gonna make some ramen, instant noodles, slap together a couple pieces of bread and cheese, and that's it. It's just that much easier to do something when it's for another's happiness. And thank you, Dan How You, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jared, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Bobo, you ask, how to overcome emptiness? Emptiness is just the capacity for you to hold. Now, of course, the purpose of having this capacity is to fill it. But the experiences that we fill our own emptiness are always coming and going. So, in between experiences, that absence becomes obvious. and we might feel the pressure to quickly fill it up with something different. But in between experiences, that absence serves a different purpose. A purpose for healing, for solitude, processing. It's the same with boredom. Being bored doesn't mean you have nothing to do. It means having so many options, but not the energy to do any of them. Why is that? Because we're still processing what we did before. And that boredom isn't a bad thing, because it's what allows us to take some time away from all the action, from occupying ourselves, from filling up with experiences, so that we have a better capacity to hold space for the next thing. And thank you, Two-Ply, for your heart, me and Rose. Radhe, Radhe. And John F., thank you for 25 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Julia, you ask, Yam, do you think the phrase, if you really want to be happy you would be, has some truth to it? Yes. So does telling someone you should calm down when they're angry. Is it a true statement? Yes. You should calm down. Is it going to work? Just by hearing that? No. If anything, it's going to make it worse. Only in retrospect will that sentiment be received well. You should have calmed down then. Yes, you're right. Similarly, after someone has gone through a period of unhappiness, perhaps that sentiment would be received well. But it really was a kind of choice. Yeah, you're right. But in the moment, my goodness, that choice is not easy to make. And even acknowledging that you have a choice can be invalidating to the experience. So it's a very difficult thing to convey to someone, because we want them to make that choice, but we can't force them to. And the more we force them to, or at least imply that they should be making that choice, then the harder it is going to be for them to make that choice. But absolutely, this present moment is a mixed bag, like trail mix. Most of it is salty, full of raisins, but there are some M&Ms scattered through. No one is forcing you to have handfuls of the raisins. If you're careful enough, you can just pick out the M&Ms and have a grand old time. But it can be difficult, especially when the M&Ms are hiding amidst all the raisins. Thank you, Rachel, for your hand hearts a few minutes ago. Hariom Tat Sat. And John F., thank you for your fruit friends. Always very cute. Jai Sita Ram. Zealot. You share. But then you leave all the nuts and raisins for your hiking partner and they get mad at you. Not that that's happened to me. No, speaking for a friend, of course. Now, when it's your own hiking trip, doesn't matter what part of the trail mix you eat, and each of us have our own mixed bags, our own experience. John F. speaks in the third person. John F. needs snacks. I think the snacks need you. And love, you do like raisins, though. All right. Well, then that means even within those experiences which others deem negative, you have found a kind of sweetness behind. That ability is very profound, for you have a catalyst to alchemize that lead into gold, raisins into M&Ms, negativity into positivity. Drea, you ask, what if you forgot to pack the trail mix? Alright, now you're all just looking for the limitations of my analogy. In other words, if my analogy itself was trail mix, you guys are pointing out all the raisins. I'm telling you, you can pick out what works for you. The M&Ms. Thank you, Lindy Lou, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Steph, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Rachel Blackmoon, for your 97 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Anne Liv, thank you for your rose. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your heart me. Well, you share that you're told to release all negative thoughts about the past, but you can't. Any advice? Well, if someone told you to paint your wall all in one go, you tell them that isn't possible, isn't it? And then they'd tell you that you might have misheard me. It's not that you should paint my wall all in one go. It's that you should paint all of my wall. How many strokes it takes, that's okay. So too, releasing all your negative thoughts, well, in one go, my goodness. Give yourself a break. Just one negative thought at a time. That's all. And eventually, it'll become easier and easier. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. Yeah, if you only have a small paintbrush, then you can't be expected to cover the whole surface in one stroke. But the surface is only a finite size. Every stroke you do accomplish takes you only closer to your goal. Thank you, Dee, for your rose, and Warrior Priestess, thank you for your dozen roses. Radhe, Radhe. Hello, Becca. Donna Hoffman, you ask, is there days, weeks, or months left? What about years? What about seconds? All I know is that the present moment is here, and it's not going anywhere. Now, there's a time limit for everything within the present moment. Eventually, everything that we're experiencing right now will change. At some point, this microphone's gonna break. At some point, I'm gonna have to cut my hair. At some point, I'm not gonna be living here anymore. At some point, my kidneys aren't gonna be functioning as well as they are. Nothing lasts forever. The good news is that you're not a thing. You, as the container of this experience, is not a part of the many things that have the title of objects. So whereas everything is temporary, you are eternal. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your rose a minute ago. And thank you, Ambrosia, for your ice cream cone. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love that quote, Jarrett. Allow me to share it. We do not see things the way they are. We see things the way we are. So true. Someone could be walking by a garden of flowers, and they stop to acknowledge the beauty. But another person could walk by without experiencing anything good. Now, if beauty were something objectively in the flower, then everyone walking by would experience it. It's what we keep in our minds that really shapes our experience. Someone's got a bad tummy ache, and they really don't want to be here right now. It doesn't matter what kind of flower you show them. The only thing they'll be thinking about is pain. But with a clear mind, one that's open, in a flower you see but potential, the same kind of potential mirrored by your own openness of mind. So beauty being in the eye of the beholder, beauty is in the mind of the beholder. Beauty is beheld in the mind. Thank you, Donna Hoffman, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Digna Nature, for your hand heart. Or Digna Naturaleza. Radhe, Radhe. It's me, Jessica. You ask, if I know intellectually, but not in my heart, how do I break through? Nididhyasana. That's the Sanskrit word for exactly what you're talking about. There are 3 levels of understanding in Vedanta. The first is Shravana. I have heard the truth. I don't understand it. I've only heard it. I'm able to recite verses from my favorite scripture. I'm able to relay what the physicists have said. I have heard it, but I don't understand it. Then after that, Manana, which literally translates to debate. In a debate, you're working things out. Although in the West, we have very aggressive ones. But truly, to really intellectually understand a point, we have to chew on it. We have to ask questions about it, debate ourselves, have doubts, and seek to resolve them. And after that, you get to the point of intellectual understanding. Then you can relay the truth, and people can even ask you questions about it. And because you yourself have asked questions about it, then you're even able to answer many questions. But experiencing the truth, now that's a whole other thing. You can intellectually understand, step by step, why, for example, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. The Pythagorean theorem. Each step in the proof, yeah, it rationally makes sense. You're able to walk yourself through it. But is it intuitively true? Is it a part of your direct experience? Where you could just go on forever discussing parts of it without thinking because it's now a part of you? That's where Nididhyasana comes in. Practicing it. Practice applying that truth in your daily life, whatever it is. And eventually, it starts to become true. Sky Guardian, you ask, sure, we'll go with this example, but can you experience a squared plus b squared? Well, as mathematical abstractions, sure, the answer is no. But we can geometrically visualize 2 squares. We can play around with triangles ourselves, even if only on paper with a straight edge and a compass. And through experimenting with the lines that we draw and the measures we angle, the angles we measure, eventually, maybe it starts to become obvious rather than just a theorem that we've memorized. Thank you, Natty B, for your flowers and 5-finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Digna Naturaleza, for another 10 roses from you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Belly You, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Drea, you're wondering what my favorite geometric shape is. Now, I can't pick favorites to the infinitude of geometric shapes There are too many of them. In fact, there are so many geometric shapes that it's literally impossible to count them. You might say, oh, okay, there's infinite. No, because mathematicians have devised ways of counting even infinities. There are infinitely different kinds of infinities. So, what infinity describes how many shapes there are? Turns out, if one of those infinities could describe how many shapes there were, then that would lead to a paradox. This implies something very, very, very strange. This is Cantor's paradox, by the way. That the number of mathematical objects is so inconceivably large that it's larger than every infinity described by mathematics. So it's beyond infinite. And the technical term for a family of that magnitude is called a proper class, and that has to be the most underwhelming name for something so magnificent. If something is beyond infinite, it's called a proper class. Thank you, it's me, Jessica, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. I think the most mysterious objects in mathematics are the sporadic groups and related objects like the E8 lattice or the Leech lattice. When I used to make videos, I made videos on these objects that exist in very high dimensional space. The E8 lattice exists in, you can probably guess, 8 dimensions. The Leech lattice in 24. And the monster group, the largest of all sporadic groups, that exists in like 200,000 dimensions, or a little less. It's like 198,000 and something. We have a tough time visualizing even the 4th dimension. Thank you, Mount St. Godel Organics, for your hanging lights. And you have a triangle on you. A triangle tattoo, hey. I do love a triangle. And thank you, Renvox, for your snowboard. Although it's going to be a long time until it snows again here. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you ask, what would I get a tattoo of? I really liked what a Swami once had to share about the idea of tattoos. That you can etch something beautiful into your skin, but it's going to be far more rewarding to etch something beautiful into your mind. You can tattoo your body, but the best part to tattoo is your heart. Thank you, Stephen, for your 5 tiny dimes. Yahoo! And thank you, Staff, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. Brady's boy. You ask, Yam, how does one overcome an addiction to anything really? Drugs, love, attention, etc. By understanding that the momentary happiness we get from it, that we call as pleasure, really arises out of satisfying the desire. What that means is the satisfaction really comes from the desire itself being gone. And so there's 2 ways that you could do that. Now you can fulfill the desire directly. Then the desire is momentarily gone. Satisfaction. The problem with this approach, as all of us know, when you satisfy a desire, it never goes away forever. It always comes back again. And it will continue doing so until we give up fulfilling it. And then it gives up bothering us. And then the desire is gone and we're satisfied again. This method has pros and cons. The pro is that it's permanent. If you get rid of a desire by waiting it out, then it does not return with increased intensity, but decreased intensity. And every time you do that, it returns with even less intensity, and over time, it becomes minimized. The other method of just satisfying it just does the opposite. The desire comes back with even higher intensity. Where 1 beer when we were younger was enough for us to feel inebriated. As you get older, suddenly, to get that same experience, you need more and more. You build up a tolerance to what you're addicted to. And by the law of diminishing returns, that same experience can't satisfy you anymore. So with your intellect that has been divinely empowered to overrule the mind, tell it no. True happiness does not come from these temporary substances. True happiness comes from my own free will to decide what is best for me, to serve others rather than my own sensual gratifications. Does this make it easy? No. And nothing's going to be easy in addiction. But the point isn't to have an easy way out. It's to be strong enough to bear the difficulty, to be courageous enough, brave enough. One of the things that helped me with my vaping addiction was looking forward to all the benefits as well. Many medical organizations have put out infographics on the timeline of nicotine withdrawal, and just within days, your lungs start clearing itself out and you begin to breathe better. Your blood pressure regulates, for example. even though the withdrawal effects are present for some time, there are still immediate benefits in spite of all those urges to relapse. And Junior Geek, you ask, have I always had a natural ease with math? No, and I've never had a natural ease with math. Math was one of my worst subjects in school. My classmates often loved what they excelled at because it came easy to them. But it was my least favorite classes that I did well in, and my favorite classes that I did the worst in. In math, I was too excited for my own good and made so many mistakes. Even today, simple math problems, I couldn't tell you the answer to. What is 17 divided by 5? Well, it'd be a very messy calculation, probably involving long division, which I don't remember how to do, and never learned how to do, because I always used the calculator. To me, the joy of math was in discovery, not in computation. We're mostly taught just how to apply rules, and those rules only a computer could be good at. It's the discovery process that comes outside of the classroom, playing with shapes, experimenting with equations and algebra. That's where the real joy comes in. But you can't exactly test for creativity. Is it the Vajana Amrut time, Sky Guardian? I think it is. And thank you, Steph, for your heart me. And Kay, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Honey Jones, thank you for your trio of roses. And Fay Witch, thank you for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Lyndall, you ask a wonderful question. I'm wondering if we can save your question until just after we read from another section of this spiritual text called the Vajana Amrut. But I'll put a pin in that for you. There was another question that I saw that I wanted to put a pin in from Junior Geek, which was how to overcome addiction, which we were talking about, I guess. So this is a selection of about 300 discourses with an avatar, a dissension in Hinduism about 200 years ago, in the beginning of the 1800s. The sage in question was known as Swami Narayan, and here are his teachings. This is Gadada 1.5, Persistence in Meditation. On Mahagshar Sudhi the 8th, Samvat 1876, which is the 25th of November 1819, Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Kachar's darbar in Gadadha. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of Paramahansas, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Here we are setting the scene. A Paramahansa is a very highly revered spiritual renunciant. So I'm sure the questions addressed to him are going to be very high. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, one should meditate on Sri Krishna Bhagavan together with Radhika. If during that meditation one cannot behold the form within one's heart, one should not lose faith and stop the meditation. Those who persist in this way will earn the immense grace of God. Moreover, God will be bound by their bhakti, by their devotion. It's a fascinating point, isn't it? Normally we think that we're the ones bound to God, but we're almost switching the script up here. That through devotion, that source becomes bound to us. Let's do one more. The Gadhada 1:6. One with wisdom and one without wisdom. On Magshar Sudhi the 9th, Samvat 1876, or the 25th of November 1819, Sriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Khachar's darbar in Gadadha. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. He seems to enjoy his white clothes. At the time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, in this satsang, this company of truth, a person who is wise increasingly finds flaws within themselves and perceives virtues in God and in their devotees. How fascinating is that? Moreover, when God and his sant, a saint, utter harsh words of advice for their own benefit, they accept them as beneficial and is not hurt by them. Such a person steadily attains greatness in satsang, in true companionship. Conversely, as a person who lacks wisdom practices satsang and listens to discourses in satsang, he continually perceives virtues within himself. Moreover, when God and his saint highlight his flaws and advise him, he misinterprets such advice due to his arrogance. On the contrary, he perceives flaws in God and his saints. Such a person steadily declines and loses their reputation in satsang. Therefore, if a person renounces the vanity of their own virtues, becomes brave, and keeps faith in that God, the source, and their saints, then their ignorance is eradicated and one attains greatness in satsang. We'll pause our reading there. So here, Swami Narayan is discussing the virtue of humility, whereas spiritual seekers, we only see the capacity for ourselves to improve and see what we can learn from everyone else. A very important point, that is. And thank you, James, for your heart me and balloons. Radhe, Radhe. And Astrid, thank you for your 6 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And good night, Jared. Thank you, Rachel Blackmoon, for another rose too. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, Wicked Violin. Now, Lyndall, you had asked, is there a way to cope coming off anxiety medication? That's something that I find myself in the process of right now, so perhaps I can share what has been working for me. In the frequently asked questions page, oftentimes people wonder what medication I'm on, if any. And the truth is that as prescribed by my doctor, I am on 2 medications. A very low dose sleep aid, and what is the other one? And an antidepressant / anti-anxiety medication, for the latter primarily. Anyway, I started off at 30 milligrams, or at least I worked my way up to 30 milligrams on that, and over the past few months I've been slowly lowering the dose. Now this is, of course, with communication with my doctor. She is very respectful of my own desire to have a more holistic approach, but I understand the limits of my own body, and I'm not going to go off them cold turkey. I tried that once, and I ended up giving myself such a bad anxiety attack after it completely left my system that I had to go back on it, which is fine. Now I understand that it's important to taper. So for me, that's having as small as I guess denomination isn't the word, but you get the idea. As low dose as the pills come in, which for me is 10 milligrams. So normally I'd be taking 3 pills. And then I went down to 2, which is a pretty big decrease, but it's only 33%. It's not a majority decrease. And then I didn't go directly from 2 pills to 1 pill, because that's a 50% decrease in what your body's expecting. Now, because I cannot separate these capsules or have the luxury of going to a compounding pharmacy, instead what I've done is I've gone 1 day with 2 pills, 1 day with just 1. And because of the long half-life of my medication, this is something that works in tapering. But depending on your medication, the best method for coming off could be very different. For me, due to its long half-life, it's often a very, I won't say easy, but a less difficult approach just by tapering in this form. So for a while, on average, there was effectively 1.5 pills of the medication in my system. And now I'm just on 1 pill, so 10 milligrams. I have found that what I call the precursor to anxiety keeps coming up again and again. I won't exactly call it anxiety, because there's a way for it to pass without it turning into anxiety. And it's a very subtle sensation, so I'm going to do my best to explain it. And the explanation might sound very vague, because it's more of a feeling than a specific thought. Oftentimes, in the morning for me, I'll experience a kind of rising in alertness, like I should become more aware of something. There isn't a certainty over what that is, which is the nature of anxiety. Naturally, there is going to be uncertainty in what it is that you're starting to feel compelled to be more aware of. And I notice that there's also a complementary rise in sensations along my spine, as if something was going up it. And the breath rate starts to increase, thoughts become a little more erratic. Fortunately, if you become aware of this precursor to anxiety, then it's possible to have that faith that, I know this feeling before. If I lower my breath and let go of the need to become alert, and I feel that energy go back down the spine, and I kind of relax into the sensation, then it very quickly turns into something very different from anxiety. It actually turns into a kind of warm, pleasing sensation. It's almost mildly ecstatic, like a kind of excitement. It's very fascinating. That if you simply let that sensation blossom without any resistance, it turns into almost a kind of bliss, which is very different from what happens when we do resist it and it turns into anxiety. So my general 2 tips then for coping with anxiety medication withdrawal is first, take it very slowly. There is no timeline. Some people recommend just a few percentage less of your dose every month, and it begins to add up. But of course, it very much depends on who you are, how your body reacts to the medication. And so I'd recommend getting advice from a medical professional, which I am certainly not. But you could say I'm a professional in having anxiety. So from that perspective, I'm happy to give my own experience. And the one thing you can do, regardless of how you are being treated for anxiety or not, is to actually let that sensation come and go when you feel it arising, rather than trying to pick up on its urge to make you alert of something that you could be more alert for. Just relax into it and it becomes very warm and peaceful. I hope that helps. And thank you, Astrid, for your finger heart a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Jarrett, for your good night. I'm sure you are gone by now. Nonetheless, I am sending you good night wishes from afar. And thank you, Astrid, for your hearts. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Rachel, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And Abundant Anthony, Thank you for your heart, me. Jai Hanumanji. OPNG, you share that it's quite hard to just realize your feelings without judging them. I agree. Every time we successfully allow our feelings, then we increase our ability to do so next time. Because, for example, when you let your anxiety pass once without affecting you, then the next time it arises, you have that experience. You can have faith and even a little confidence in yourself that, oh, I felt like this last time, and I was able to get through it. I can use what worked last time and perhaps change my perspectives in ways that didn't work last time. Try something new, perhaps. And thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your disco love. Radhe, Radhe. Okay. I will click on, or I will check Telegram for you, Sky Guardian, after this live. I'm saying it out loud so I remember. And thank you, James, for your bouncing beach volleyball. Radhe, Radhe. And now that I have a good amount of people here, 311, Sky Guardian, you've done so much work for our Sangha voluntarily. Today you shared something with me that, if it's okay, I'd like to share with others, that recently you had some bad news with your family member. And if it's okay to share, I'd like to just give a minute of prayer with everyone for you and your family, because you certainly deserve it. All right. Let us pray for the health and well-being of Sky Guardian's mother. Even if prayer isn't necessarily something you believe in, just holding that space for someone else is an important part of our own ability to process emotions. Imagine love flowing all the way from your heart to New Jersey. And we can also open our heart to anyone else that needs it at this time. Consider an emotional balance, like in your bank account, but in your soul, where you have so much good karma by your own choice. Imagine giving some of that good karma away as much as you feel comfortable to those who need it. Imagine holding space for the negativity of the world so that other people don't have to. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, James, for your beach volleyball a moment ago. Wow. You're very welcome, Sky Guardian. It's the least I could do. Thank you, Leah, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your beautiful swan a few minutes ago. Ahansa. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Laura Lotion, for your flowers. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Changing topics, Grego. You are wondering how I roll my R's like that. You've been trying all your life to do that. Me too. For most of my life, I didn't know how either. It came from learning Sanskrit. And the beauty of learning Sanskrit, unlike most languages, is that it self-reveals itself to you. As you learn it, it almost becomes something you've always known. Now, speaking a little more in direct terms, the way that Sanskrit handles what we call in English as R the biggest difference is that it's a vowel. You say, what? How is R a vowel? Okay, to be fair, it's also a consonant. But it's technically a semi-vowel. But it also serves as a root vowel too. How it's pronounced in English is also different. What we do in English is basically simulate it, because it's a little tricky. In English, what we do is we put our teeth close together, and then we arch the top of our tongue close to our teeth. But in Sanskrit, it's completely different. So you kind of have to forget everything you know about how the R is normally pronounced. So just treat it just like any other vowel. What a vowel is an unbroken sound. It's continuous. A, E, U. No organs of speech actually make contact or obstruct the flow of air, unlike a consonant which does so. A is the vowel when you don't make any modifications to your air tract. Your mouth is open, you don't form your lips in a certain way, you don't bring your teeth together, your tongue isn't doing anything, it's just the primordial sound of humanness. Ah. The vowels exist in a continuous space where we just restrict the airflow in some way without actually bringing anything to touch. Like if we want to transition to an oo sound, we just contract our lips. Ow. Ooh. We're technically still saying ah. The only difference is that we've changed the shape of our lips. Oh. And we actually secretly said another vowel halfway through there. Oh. Oh. Oh is just halfway between ah and oo. To make the sound E, we just bring our tongue, arch it up to the soft palate. I. And again, we've secretly said another vowel, halfway between A and E. I, eh. Anyway, the vowel space has loads of vowels, but how you make the R vowel, called the liquid or the vocalic R, is by retroflex. What does that mean? It's a good question because English doesn't have any retroflexes. Other languages do. It's very similar to how you make a T sound, actually. Ta, ta, ta. But you bring the tip of your tongue back and back and back. Ta, 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 ta. Until the back of your tongue is touching the top of your mouth, the hard palate. And then you make a vowel in that spot. Ta, 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 ta. And eventually it starts fluttering. It's a retroflex vowel. That's all you have to know in order to figure it out. Now that's a good segue. Into what? I'm not sure. But we really pulled everyone's attention into just the sounds our human body can make. And thank you, Heather J, for your rose a few minutes ago. Oriom Tat Sat. Sky Guardian, you were wondering, how come we didn't meditate yesterday? Well, we didn't meditate yesterday because I forgot to set it up. But I've set it up this time, don't worry. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Oriom Tat Sat. Grego, you're wondering, any Sanskrit texts you'd recommend learning first? Well, to learn Sanskrit, it all starts with the alphabet. There are some great YouTube videos on the alphabet of Sanskrit, although it's technically not an alphabet. There's alphabets, abjads, and abugidas, and Sanskrit is an abugida. But if you Google the Sanskrit alphabet, it'll come up just the same. And you can spend a lot of time just learning the sounds because they're so well put together. The organization of Sanskrit sounds is lovely. And thank you, Rachel, for your 20 run roses. Radhe, Radhe. And that is right, Jackie. It's called a retroflex. And thank you, Lindell, for your quintet of roses. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Lena, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Gregor, you ask, are Sanskrit and Hindi really that different? Or are they just like different dialects? The pronunciation of Sanskrit and Hindi is quite different, actually. Hindi and Sanskrit both use the same script in modern times, called Devanagari, but the vowels are all pronounced differently, practically. For example, a native Hindi speaker probably wouldn't perfectly pronounce it like Shiva. It would be more like Shiv. The E sound becomes I, and the final A is dropped, so it becomes Shiv. Shiv. So it's also not yoga, it's yog. It's not Rama, it's Ram. Hindi is kind of like lazy Sanskrit, I suppose. But Hindi has also been influenced by many other languages, like Persian, other Dravidian languages. But they both use the same script. And thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Is it Rama, though? Technically, it's Rama. But whether you call it Rama or Ram, it's the sentiment we carry in our heart that matters. Correct pronunciation was super important at the time of the Vedas for the purpose of preserving the language and the scriptures, because it was an oral tradition. Now that we have modern technology and we can write stuff down, it's not super important to preserve the oral tradition. However, one can find mastery in anything, and I really enjoy mastery over Sanskrit sounds because it can be a very beautiful learning experience. And thank you, and I see you, Nurse Katie. Thank you for your heart, me and Team Bracelet. Jai Sita Ram. And Camper Billy, thank you for the hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bonjour. It's probably the worst attempt I've had at saying hello in French, but hello, Malika. And thank you, OPNG, for your rose a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, this guy, for your 20 roses. And Lena, thank you for another rose. Isis, you're wondering. You're very curious where Sanskrit originated. As the way you said, Hera, was exactly how you heard it. Sanskrit is very mysterious in origin. Linguistics are not quite certain. What we call today as Sanskrit, linguists separate into two languages, called Vedic and Sanskrit, or sometimes they're put together but distinguished as Vedic Sanskrit and Classical Sanskrit. Most Sanskrit speakers tell you that they are the same language and that there's no need to differentiate between them. It's just that when a grammarian known as Panini came along, he perfected the grammar, so to speak. He didn't actually change anything. He just set a lot of things up to be standard. So the grammar that came after Panini was very refined. He was a bit of a perfectionist. Vedic Sanskrit is the oldest language we know of, period. Technically, we hypothesize an older language called Proto-Indo-European, or depending on how you refer to the tree of language, you could also say it comes from Proto-Indo-Iranian or Proto-Indo-Aryan. But these are all hypothetical languages that are hypothesized to have existed. How exactly these hypothetical original languages differentiate from Vedic is unknown, and there's a lot of guesswork involved. But as far as oldest language goes definitively that we know was spoken and we can guarantee that the spelling and pronunciation is Vedic Sanskrit. So it's funny that you ask about the origin of Sanskrit, because in some sense it is the origin, or at least very close to it as far as language goes. Many, many languages come from Sanskrit, and we don't know definitively that Sanskrit has come from any other language. But according to tradition, Sanskrit is the language of the gods. It is the language from which the original spiritual scriptures were spoken in, passed down for thousands of years. And technically speaking, the oldest scriptures we know of happen to be in Sanskrit, so they're not wrong on that part. Linguists just disagree on how long exactly it has been spoken. And thank you, Dab Darker, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. You know, I didn't expect so many people to be tuned in, interested in just ancient languages, but that's fun. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, VYV Fragrance, for your rose too. Jai Sita Ram. And Tipini, thank you for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And yes, you are right, Aquaman. According to Western scholarly research, Sanskrit can be dated to 1500 BC. But this relies on the assumption called the Aryan invasion hypothesis. However, in the last decade, this hypothesis has been being questioned, because the underlying assumption is that Sanskrit evolved as separate from the southern Dravidian languages, and hence must have come from some European invasion, and then the Aborigines of the North India had to have inherited this colonizer's language, which gets very political very quickly. But through professors such as Stephen Bonta and his research in deciphering the Indus Valley script, which is from like 3000 BC, him and other researchers are positing that the structure of the Indus Valley script is very similar to some patterns in Sanskrit. And so there have been many attempted decipherments of the Indus Valley script as being a very, very old version of Sanskrit, which would push it back at least to 3000 BC or 3500 BC. Some other Eastern scholars have dated the Rig Veda, in which Vedic Sanskrit is written, to something like 8000 BC. So it really depends who you listen to. But the point is not to get lost in the details. Anyone who studies Sanskrit can verify for themselves that there is a true eternity of wisdom that is alluded to through the language, a kind of timeless component that is very difficult to put into words. That's for sure. Isis, you ask if I can say a sentence for you, please. Any particular sentence? Thank you, Malika, for your heart, me, and pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Hannah, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your pair of roses. GG's, TikToks, a ginger man, and a fire. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Rachel, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Lena, thank you for your rose. And thank you, Heather, for your rose as well. Isis, you want me to say, you are a descendant of Hera, and like you, have been given this gift to clear your chakras. You can clear the earth's energy as well. I like the sentiment of having this potential to balance energy and being connected to an ancient lineage and being of service to the world. I think those are all good ideas imparted through that sentence. And thank you, this guy, for your 28 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Now, why don't we read from a short section of this lovely little book that we crack open from time to time. This is the Pocket Pema Chodron. Pema Chodron is the name of the author. And although she didn't exactly write this book, many of her words have been compiled into this pocket book, since many people have found a lot of wisdom in them. She is a Buddhist nun, for anyone wondering. Alright. This one seems fun. This is 104. Recognizing suffering as suffering. When suffering arises in our lives, we can recognize it as suffering. When we get what we don't want, when we don't get what we do want, when we become ill, when we're getting old, when we're dying, when we see any of these things in our lives, we can recognize suffering as suffering. Then we can be curious. Notice and be mindful of our reactions to that. Again, usually we're either resentful and feel cheated somehow, or we're delighted. But whatever our reaction is, it's usually habitual. Instead, we could see the next impulse come up and how we spin off from there. Spinning off is neither good nor bad. It's just something that happens as a reaction to the pleasure and pain of our existence. We can simply see that without judgment or the intention to clean up our act. Oh, Buddhist teachings, always so simple, Our mind wants something to grasp onto. Recognizing suffering as suffering. Thank you, Maria, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And I love that sentiment you shared a few minutes ago, G to infinity. For anyone that needs love right now, take as much as you need on the inhale. And I would love to teach Sanskrit, shares this guy, but there is so much I don't know. I'd be a very poor teacher. I can teach you the sounds and a few words and a couple rules for how to put them together. But my Sanskrit journey has really only just begun. I do appreciate how easy Sanskrit is to teach in some ways. I think it'd be very satisfying to make a video on it, and I look forward to that opportunity sometime. OPNG, you share that Sadhguru came to your place for a few days, and you wonder if you can see him. I'm sure that'd be a lovely opportunity. I have learned many things from Sadhguru. And as a mystic, he has an exceptional way of explaining things. Oftentimes, when seekers ask him questions, I pause and think what I would say to that question, and then I'd listen to what Sadhguru has to say. And upon listening, I'm often amazed how much better he is at explaining the very same answer. I'm always on the lookout for new ways to explain things, because there isn't one way for everyone. And every time I hear Sadhguru speak, it's always like, yep, you put it better than I would. Thank you, Lena, for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Truth Seeker, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Liz Snyder. Liz, you are wondering, do I study astrology? That's not something I have studied. I'm sure I could learn a lot from many of you who know much more than I do about it. What I do know is that it is very possible that the arrangement of our solar system can serve as clues for how life were to arise relative to the meanings that we project upon the stars. For some people, it's more accurate than others. But for those who are spiritual, it is the least accurate. Because the spiritual practice is all about taking back power from the world to define who you are. For a true sage, you are beyond what even the stars can decide for you. You become able to take on the qualities of any star sign and yet identify with none of them. And thank you, Rachel, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. Liz, you ask, what made me start my spiritual journey? Well, what has compelled you to wake up in the morning? It just kind of happens, you know? Sometimes there is a trigger, like your cat jumping on you, or your kids waking you up for Christmas. But most of the time, it is a natural process, meaning that without any trigger, you had been sleeping for this long because that's what we've been designed to do. And when the time is right, when you are ripe, you awaken. Part of the peak of existence, you ask. Did I go to some university? And if yes, which subject did I study? And do I have any suggestions? Well, I did go to a university. I wanted to major in mathematics, but I learned a lot more in my experiences outside the classroom than in them. I was never a good student. I very rarely paid attention in class. I would love to just get lost in the forest around my university and just think about the universe. I wasn't particularly interested in memorizing the words of other people's experiences. I wanted to discover my own mathematics, my own philosophy. Now, studying from the greats is certainly a very meaningful practice. But at some point in the chain, you have to ask, well, where did the first guy get their philosophy from? if you got your philosophy from studying these people and these people studied from these people, well, there isn't a chain of philosophers that goes back infinitely in time. At some point, the philosophy has to come from within. And if that's the primary source, then why not just go within in the first place? Now, this isn't me discouraging you from getting a degree. If that's something you want to do, then all my best wishes to you. But never underestimate the power of learning that is within your very experience. Not separate from the experiences of those that you learn from. And thank you, Java Cake, for your rose. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, MDM, for your rose as well. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Liz, for your sunglasses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. See you later, OPNG. Diverse, you share that. My words are very enlightening. Calms your anxiety down somehow. Thank me. Now that's a new problem I have. If I just swap out you and your with I and mine to express something that you have shared, then converting thank you to thank me doesn't really work. Nonetheless, I've had enough anxiety in my life to understand that what I need to hear when I'm anxious is just validation. As simple as it is. A little comedy here and there. Nothing too mentally provoking, but stimulating enough to grab your attention. And I wouldn't wish that anxiety on anyone, so I'm happy to provide this space for you. And if you found any insight in my words, then that's only because you have put the effort into finding them. You know what I mean? I love the trail mix analogy. It's useful in so many situations. My words are like trail mix. Thank you for finding the M&Ms. Thank you, Lena, for another rose. And Java Cake, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. G2 Infinity, you share that you watch comedy shows when you get the anxiety. I've never thought of that before. Thank you for sharing that. I hope some of us, including myself, may benefit from that where it's needed. And thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, also known as Leah Alive, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Two-Ply, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Lena, for your additional rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Tattvam Asi. You ask, what are the integral components of a concept itself? My math brain, for a moment, started wondering, how do you integrate a concept? Anti-differentiate. Calculus on concepts. I suppose we can take this mathematically, albeit not necessarily with calculus. But in logic, the idea of something is that which expresses some truth. Even if the truth value of that statement turns out to be false, a statement in logic now that's another difficult thing to express. In logic, it's defined as a set of symbols, but that doesn't really help us because we're not concerned with how you express the concept. We're concerned with the essence of the concept itself. I suppose the integral components of a concept is the context to which it relates to our experience. The most useful concepts are the ones which are applicable throughout many parts of our experience. Concepts, therefore, are the very building block of this existence, the primordial substance of thought. Concepts help us categorize things. In that categorization, we understand bits and pieces of ourselves, of others, in the world. Being too attached to concepts can lead us to arbitrarily dividing the world into harsh lines, sometimes splitting people down the middle, without room for other ways to redraw the lines. Concepts are much like thoughts in this way. They are finite expressions, ultimately putting boundaries around the infinite. And by doing so, no concept in itself can ever be perfect, can ever fully express that infinite which it is trying to express. But they help us. They are useful, so long as we are unattached to them and use them as vehicles of meaning rather than pin any meaning to them objectively. But I like this question. What are the integral components of a concept? They are the integral components of our mind. Thank you, Terry Teresa, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Liz Snyder, you are wondering how my plans are coming along for my trip to India. Well, I'm very scared. I've never left my country before. And I'm sure it'll be a culture shock. But as far as funding is concerned, I'm more than halfway there. I don't really have a plan for what I'm gonna do when I get there. But then again, I've never really lived my life that way, and it's worked out so far. Follow the wind. Indeed, Bruxby. I will most definitely be in the moment. When you force yourself into new situations, you have to be, that's for sure. One of my favorite things to do on the beach or in a forest is walk across a log. Forcing yourself to be on edge is a great way to be present. If you are thinking about, should I invest in this stock or should I pull out from that other one? I wonder what my ROI is going to be at the end of this quarter. If you're just thinking about stuff, and you're going to fall off the log. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Crystallite, you share that you play ground as lava in the woods and jump from rock to rock. My goodness. Please invite me next time. That is the ultimate environment to play it, isn't it? Why have I never thought of that before? Sure, doing it in the living room is great, but in the woods, it's perfect. Did I ever tell you the story of I came home from class after watching Bill Nye the Science Guy in elementary school, and I was so terrified of two things from that episode. The first was that underneath the Earth's crust is magma. Everywhere. It's not some places in the world. Anywhere you dig down 50 kilometers or less, there's going to be magma. The second thing that scared me is that the lubrication in our joints, they get used up as you use them. So old people have aching joints because they've lived so long, they've used up all the lubrication in their joints. So here I was, in the living room, jumping from object to object, with stiff knees and arms. I wasn't bending any limb. My mom said, "What are you doing?" I said, "The floor is lava." Well, I didn't. I said, "Underneath the ground is lava." "Why are you moving like that?" "Because I'm going to use up all the lubrication in my joints." It's like I was playing the game on expert mode. Thank you, Crystallite, for your heart me as well. Radhe, Radhe. Ragnhildur, you say, welcome to Iceland to check out the hot lava. I would love to see the hot lava. The forbidden jelly slime. Thank you, Lena, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. Then you ask, what's your belief? And who do you serve? What am I, an alien? That'd be my first question. What do you believe in? Who is your leader? My beliefs are always changing. If there's one thing I've learned in life, is that if you believe in anything, the universe is going to come around and show you some exception where your belief doesn't hold. But I can say I am in service to something. And that something is the potential that exists inside everyone. Allow me to share from a writing that I was doing today. I've wanted this book for a while now. This is the book where I figure everything out. I've been wanting to figure everything out, but I never got around to it. So I'm finally getting around to it. The purpose of this book is to ask simple questions and just write down the simplest answer I can come up with. I don't really care if the answer is right or not, but it gives me a new place to ask another question. So then I do that. And I keep asking questions on the most recent answer until I get to some kind of answer that means something. The first question I asked is, what is an atheist? An atheist is someone who actively rejects the idea of God. Why? Because what they have been given as a narrative does not align with their lived experience. For example, if God is capable of preventing suffering, which is the moral thing to do, why doesn't he? If God listens to all prayers, why hasn't he answered mine? If God is everywhere, why doesn't he reveal himself? What's the common theme? Perceived absence of God where one is taught to find presence. What is the remedy? To understand God in terms of absence rather than presence. What is God's absence? The potential for good. Why is there a potential for good? To give us the opportunity to help. Why? For our own benefit. Why does it benefit us to be of help? To give us purpose. Why is it purposeful to be helpful? Because we are serving a higher good. What is a higher good? Something you believe to be greater than yourself. Why is it important to believe in something greater than yourself? To give others a chance to teach us something. Why? So that we grow. Why be growing? It makes the moment meaningful. How does growing make the moment meaningful if that implies we are lacking something? Because it also entails that we are in the process of gaining something. Why do we feel that the process is secondary to the outcome? Because the outcome is what we're working towards. Why does what we're working towards hold more value than the process? Because it is what guides the process. If the purpose of the goal is to direct the process, and the purpose of the process is to reach the goal, then what is the result of this whole feedback loop? To iteratively refine our abilities. Why? So that we become closer to realizing our full potential. Why do we have to realize our full potential? So that we have something to move towards. Why should we be always moving towards something? To be dynamic. What is appealing about being dynamic? It is productive. What is the necessity of productivity? There is so much to be done. Why does it need to be done? To fulfill our potential. Why does our potential need to be fulfilled? To give purpose to that potential. Why give purpose to that potential? So that we discover beautiful things. How shall we do so? With humility. By recognizing the potential to have been in it all along. Then what is our role in unfolding that potential? To be the witness of it. Why does beauty need a witness? Because its purpose is to be seen. What is the benefit in experiencing beauty? So that we feel whole. Why does experiencing beauty complete us? Because we feel relief of nothing needing to be added. Why is perfection relieving? To rest from our duty of perfecting. Why is perfection exhausting? Because it is endless. If true perfection is unattainable, how is it that we are occasionally satisfied by some experiences? We are momentarily able to perceive the infinite through the limit of the expression. How is a finite expression able to mimic the infinite? By converging arbitrarily close. How do we become more sensitive to that infinite? By being witness to that potential. And when is it our place to bring out the potential we see? In consent. And then I got thirsty. And so I went to get some juice. So to answer the question that inspired this, who do I serve? Or what do I serve? The potential within everyone. Why? Because that potential is non-different from God. It is the potential for goodness that we serve to give it purpose. We give it purpose to watch it unfold, to be the witness of it, because that witnessing of the beauty that transpires from the service we render gives rise to a completion within ourselves. I hope you enjoyed that. And I recommend this practice for anyone. If you ever have a question, try to phrase it in one sentence. And there was a second limitation that I'm not sure if you noticed, that I never used a negative. So instead of saying, otherwise this happens, or why don't I do this, I replace the negative with some positive so that it keeps on going. And if you do that too, some positive question, a simple positive answer, don't be so hung up on what that answer is. Just use that as your new starting point to ask another question. And if you keep doing that, I am sure that you will find something beautiful. Gaia, you share that you have a time travel book that was so awesome. You mean you have a time travel book that will be so awesome? It's a bad joke. Thank you, Cynthia, for your bouncing beach volleyball, your applause, and your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Exactamundo. It's a good word. Thank you, Lena, for another rose. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your pair of fires and octet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Christelle, for your heart meat. Jai Sitaram. Erica, You ask, obviously, how do you get through society with no negatives? That's nearly impossible. Emphasis on nearly. But if there's one thing that unites us as humans, it's that as long as something isn't completely impossible, part of us feels compelled to do so. Do you have a higher chance of getting struck by lightning than winning the lottery? Might as well. You have a higher chance of getting lost in space or getting blown up on the launch than getting to the moon? Might as well try. Discoveries are built on nearly impossible. Thank you, Christelle, for your 30 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Raven Scarlet, you share that if you can see a positive in every negative, then life is good. And what a skill that is. It's easy to talk about. But when our kid comes home late from school, where is all this talk about finding the positive in the negative? When the chores aren't done, it's all just negative. When you have a tummy ache, nothing but negative. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for a whole galaxy. It's a sweet gift from you. Jai Sitaram. I am always humbled at trillions of stars. Even just looking up into the stars, it's a very humbling experience, seeing the vastness of space. And Zerp, you ask, how do you stay so positive yourself? By realizing that there is no alternative. Well, at least not a very useful one. I've spent so much of my life being negative, and where has that led me? It hasn't solved any of the problems. But positivity can truly be a lifesaver. When you got nothing to live for, you might as well be optimistic. What have you got to lose? It can be very embarrassing to be one of those people. What kind of people am I talking about? You know, the ones counting their blessings, sharing what they're grateful for even when things aren't going well. They look for the good in people even when those people are just terrible people. You know, if you've ever been a negative person like I have been, and you meet someone positive, it's almost insulting. It's like, how dare you be positive when there's so much suffering? So there's almost a stigma to being positive. unfortunately, the benefit of being positive outweighs all kinds of embarrassment. Oh my goodness. Even if those around you are bothered by your positivity. Positivity itself is so relaxing to the soul. Hillary, you share, or there's the stigma that being optimistic means you lack intelligence, right? That you're unaware of how grim things actually are. I hear so many people say, I'm not a pessimist, I'm a realist. And the reality is, things suck. And that's true. No one can deny the suffering is a very real, lived experience. The problem is that if you're not positive, then things aren't going to get better. You have to be an optimist in order to really make a difference. So in some sense, optimism is a very practical form of realism, because you really can change the world through that optimism. Now, I've done it again. I've lost track of time and I've been streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes. You know, my plan for all of these is usually just 2 hours. But sometimes I get lost and don't look at the time for a few hours. And thank you, Hillary, for your rosa and finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Before we go, though, there are 3 other things I'd like to do with you all, if you want to. Otherwise, of course, you are free to go, but those are question of the day, a daily reading, and a chanting session, and then we'll end the live stream. As I display the question of the day, I'm going to take a sip of water. As you can see, it reads, what's your favorite part of your personality that you wish to refine? This could be a part of yourself that you're really grateful for and you're looking forward to improving in some way. Or maybe it's a part that you've struggled with that you'd like to spend more attention on. And thank you, Leah, for your donut as well. Radhe, Radhe. Kelsey. Oh, you're just sharing this fact. I like this. The more present we are, the faster time moves around us. But being more present is definitely a part of ourselves that we could refine, that's for sure. Your creative spirit, answers lovely Nixter. I love that answer. And creativity is best described as a formless spirit, isn't it? Tattvamasi, you share perseverance. Yeah, that's a big one. And Michelle, catering and understanding, but you do realize some do take advantage. Yeah, setting those boundaries. Tricky business, isn't it? Hillary, you share motivation. And PR Girly, you share your empathy, making it so it doesn't take so much out of you. Yeah. And you meant to say caring rather than catering. That makes sense, Michelle. Spirituality, says Official Sunshine Love. G to Infinity. And you ask, how do you refine stubbornness, though? Stubbornness is very close to resilience. We can be resilient in our good habits, but stubborn in our bad ones. Isis, you share the connection to your higher self, and through that, love Amidst. And thank you, Marin Marinov, for your rose. Hariom Tat Sat. User 308, you share fast-paced thinking. It has brought you anxiety, but also many discoveries. Absolutely, yeah. And I love that you're able to see the blessing of it. Moon, you'd like to refine how you explain things. You are often too long-winded. Well, TikTok certainly inspires us to be concise in the length of space we have for a comment. That's for sure. And Mahina, you share that for you it would be anxiety. You'd rather turn it into love. And Donna Jean, you say love, simply put. Gregor, you share that you wish to improve the percentage of the divine that was instilled in you from on high. Very well articulated. Gaia, you share your creativity to perfection. So, yes, in spiritual and carnal. I like it. Both having an appreciation for the spirit and the world. Exo Warrior Priestess, you would like to refine your ability to accept yourself. And what a wonderful and encouraging idea that is. And Kelsey, you share that there are many things, but you want to refine your social skills. I like that sentiment, Leah. Not an answer to the question per se, but something I'd like to share anyway. That boundaries make you beautiful. Moon, you would like to refine your confidence. And you also sent a finger heart, 2 rosas, and a tiny bee. Liz, you would like to refine the boundaries on your humor and people. Very understandable and relatable. Kevin, you'd like to refine diplomacy. It's your favorite. That is a very good character trait, that's for sure. And Leah, you would like to refine your sense of self-love. Well, I love that. And Grego, you want to expand your vocabulary. Words can be so limiting. If we have a lot of them, they are a little less limiting, aren't they? And Gina, you share that you're too loving, caring. It is very important to be loving and caring, but knowing where to share it so that it doesn't get taken advantage of. That's for sure. And Ashley, smiling more while being present. You know, some could say that you are so present with the person that you even forget about yourself, your own muscles in your face and whatnot. That's how good of a listener you are. You are so absorbed. But it can be nice as a show of affection to nod in approval, smile. And Samfish, your capacity for unconditional love. I love that. All right, thank you everyone for attending to the question of the day with me. These are certainly very admirable things about all of you, and I only wish to empower you all on the journey to refine those things. And Gregor, you share that you wrote a to-do list for today last night. You wrote smile a lot in there. I like that. Yeah, we should be putting more silly but meaningful tasks in our to-do list. I like that. And Marin Marinov, you're wondering why I stopped uploading philosophical videos. The truth is because, don't get me wrong, philosophy is great, but too much thinking leads to overthinking. I realized now that what I really want to put out into the world is not just more reasons to think about something, or more things to think about, but more reasons to calm the mind and open the heart. The full answer is in the frequently asked questions page on the link tree in my bio. Why don't we read from another section of Roar of the Ganges? This is a book gifted to us by our Sanghi, Sky Guardian. It was his guru that wrote this book, and by his blessing he has allowed us to read it for everyone. We were in the middle of discussing the nature of religion versus spirituality, belief versus knowledge. As well as the relationship between all of those things and the Vedas, humanity's oldest scriptures. We ended on a point that from the, was it Manduka Upanishad, there was a story of this spiritual seeker called Shaunuka, who approached the celebrated sage Angiras on the nature of knowledge, the highest of all knowledge. And we got into a discussion of how lower knowledge can only live to temporary happiness, including heaven. And that's a big idea, that heaven actually falls into the category of temporary happiness, at least according to Vedic thought. According to the doctrine of karma, one goes to heaven due to accumulated grace called punya. but the punya earned through rituals is limited. Finite deeds, including rituals, can yield only finite results. The quantity of punya that carries souls to heaven is gradually expended through heavenly enjoyments. When that grace is completely exhausted, those souls will fall from heaven to be reborn again. Going to heaven could be compared to a vacation in Hawaii. First, you work hard to save money for the trip. Then you enjoy a splendid holiday using your savings. But when your last dollar has been spent, the vacation is over. You have no choice but to return to work. According to the Vedic rishis, these ancient seers, heaven cannot be eternal. Anything that has a beginning must eventually come also to an end. For this reason, Angiras had only harsh criticism for those who considered heaven to be the supreme goal of life. His words, not mine. Those ignorant people think they have gained the highest goal. They perform rituals compelled by their desire for heaven, not knowing that they will fall from heaven once their grace is exhausted. But Angiras praised those who seek a teacher for the sake of realizing the highest truth. It was he who uttered the well-known verses we saw earlier in the book. A person of wisdom who considers the limits of everything gained through life's empty labors abandons vain striving when one understands mere action leads not to lasting fulfillment. To realize that goal, may one duly approach a competent teacher who not only knows the scriptures complete, but also abides steadfast in reality, in fullness, in peace. The morning passed as quickly as Raj and I sat on the bench talking, to whom this debate between knowledge and belief has been happening through. When Raj excused himself to return to his room, I shifted to a shady spot near the temple where I could enjoy the sparkling play of the Ganges without getting scorched by the sun. Thinking about our conversation, I recalled the tremendous confusion and frustration I once suffered when religious beliefs and spiritual truths were mixed together in my mind without distinction. I wanted spiritual knowledge, not another belief system. But the two often seemed so intertwined that I was unable to differentiate them. What I eventually learned was this: truth, by definition, is universal. There is no such thing as Indian truth or American truth. 2 + 2 = 4 in all cultures and situations. Therefore, even though the world's religious and spiritual traditions differ vastly with respect to their beliefs, the truths they express, if they are actually true, must be universally valid. The truth revealed by the teachings of Vedanta is not unique. The same truth can be found in the teachings of Christian and Sufi mystics, as well as those of Taoist and Buddhist masters. The multiplicity of religions, philosophies, and spiritual teachings does not establish a multiplicity of truths. It only reveals that truth can be expressed in many ways. Truth is one. The wise speak of it in various ways, is a frequently quoted saying. We might figuratively say that truth can be packaged in many ways, in many containers. Misunderstandings arise when we confuse the packaging with the contents, that is, when we fail to differentiate the religious trappings of a tradition from the spiritual truths it contains. Vedanta comes from a culture permeated by Hindu religious customs. Most traditional teachers of Vedanta were born and raised in that culture. For this reason, Vedanta is usually presented in a thoroughly Hindu cultural context. As a result, the teachings of Vedanta become interwoven in a matrix that contains Hindu religious beliefs as well as teachings of universal truth. This interweaving of universal and cultural aspects inevitably leads to confusion. Religious beliefs are mistakenly elevated to the status of universal truths, and universal truths are mistaken for religious beliefs. For example, reincarnation is sometimes considered to be a universal truth, yet it is clearly a matter of belief. It can never be proved or disproved. This does not imply that one should not believe in reincarnation, but only that beliefs should be recognized as such and not confused with universal truths. Similarly, Atma, the Self, is sometimes misunderstood to be a matter of belief, instead of a universal truth. Due to this error, some failed to make an effort to actually discover the Self, Atma, as the ancient rishis did. A further problem for me was my utter unfamiliarity with the cultural context in which the teachings of Vedanta are found. Hindu culture baffled me at first. Its ethnic expressions seemed strange to me. Travel to India gave me the opportunity to become intimately acquainted with Vedanta's Hindu context and helped me breach the cultural barriers that once confounded me. Yet, for many students of Western origin, the foreignness of India's spiritual traditions continues to be an obstacle. Most do not have the opportunity to travel to India, nor should it be necessary to do so. When Vedanta is taught to Western-born students, all cultural barriers must be removed. These teachings should be set free from their cultural trappings and presented unencumbered by extraneous materials. And let us pause our reading there for tonight. A good set of points really, on the distinction between religious context, ritual or practice, and universal spiritual truths, which are often interwoven and hard to separate. Thanks for listening, everyone. And thank you. Thank you, Haley Queen, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet and 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Moon, for another pair of applauses. And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. And thank you, Tattva Masi, for your quartet of roses. Before we go, I have a chanting for us all. If you choose to participate in it, even listening is fine. Today's mantra is a Sanskrit one, and it's a very simple one at that. It is simply Om Namo Narayanaya, which can be interpreted as, I bow to the ultimate reality, Narayana. We will listen to none other than the very author of the book we were reading, chanting it. So I'm going to minimize the background music and maximize his chanting. This one will be of high quality because it comes directly from his YouTube channel rather than the recording that Sky Guardian has done on his phone. And just for fun, because I know you all share a little bit of appreciation for ancient languages as I do, here is the mantra rendered in the ancient script known as Brahmi, which literally means of the gods. The oldest known script that we can definitively say was used to write Sanskrit. So the lotus is Om Namo Bhagavad. Oh, sorry, I messed up the mantra. It's not Bhagavate. I'm thinking of a different one. It's Narayanaya. For fun. I was going to say Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya, which is a different mantra to the same deity or form of God, I should say. So let us turn up the volume. We'll chant together. I hope this isn't too loud or too quiet, but we can always adjust it.
Now, we'll chant the mantra Om Namo Narayanaya, salutations to Narayana. Chant silently as you listen to me. Allow the mantra's melody and prayerful meaning to invoke the feeling of being cared for and protected by the divinity that pervades the universe. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Now, imagine yourself at the age of 90, preparing to leave the world behind and travel on to whatever comes next. Picture yourself lying in bed, comfortable, pain-free, and surrounded by your loved ones. Imagine yourself feeling utterly content, satisfied that you've lived a long, wonderful life. Then, look back on the first 2 decades of your life. Recall your childhood home, your parents, siblings, and friends. Reflect on significant events and milestones during those years. As you chant, Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Now, reflect on the 3rd decade of your life, from 20 to 30 years old. Recall where you lived then. Picture your loved ones in your mind. Recall the significant events in your life. Graduations, jobs, marriages, births. Consider the challenges you faced at the time. Reflect on important decisions you made and how they shaped your life. Reflect on all this as you chant. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Now, reflect on the fourth decade of your life, from 30 to 40 years old. Recall where you lived then. Picture your loved ones in your mind. Recall the significant events in your life. Consider the challenges you faced at the time. Reflect on important decisions you made and how they shaped your life. Reflect on all this as you chant. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Now, reflect on the fifth decade of your life, from 40 to 50 years old. When you cross your current age, simply imagine what your life will be like then. Recall where you lived. Picture your loved ones in your mind. Recall the significant events in your life. Consider the challenges you faced at the time. Reflect on important decisions you made and how they shaped your life. Reflect on all this as you chant. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Now, reflect on the sixth decade of your life, from 50 to 60 years old.
I heard my phone vibrating. I've got to turn off the alarm. But that's probably a good time to pause our meditation. As with most of these chantings, they go on usually for quite some time, but I recognize that, especially in this context, on a TikTok live, we might not be prepared for that kind of commitment. So we'll have a good little teaser into mantra chanting that way. And yes, Tattvamasi, you have very astutely noticed that the final N sound is different from the first two, both in pronunciation and in how it is transcribed. Pardon me. And that is because the final N sound of Narayan is a retroflex N, which we don't have in English. So instead of putting the tip of the tongue at the back of the teeth, how we normally pronounce N, na 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 na, we curl our tongue back in retroflex and tap the bottom of our tongue onto the hard palate. Na, 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 na. To our Western ears, we probably can't tell the difference, but in various other languages, such as Sanskrit and many other Indian languages, you can definitely tell the difference. Na, na. Thanks for chanting along with me, everyone. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quartet of roses. Western ears. Ah, very clever, Gregor. I like that. And thank you, ASMR Stephanie, for your fruit friends. Radhe, Radhe. Now, as always, I will be uploading the recording of these lives to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. Hello to all of you in the future. Yeah. There you get the most out of it. More than just a mere archive channel. I give each video a custom thumbnail with a little Easter egg in each one, a relevant title and summary, and the chapter system. Oh, I go on about the chapter system. It's my favorite part. And I hope it's yours too. Over the course of the over 4 hours, we covered a lot of ground. You might think, wow, I could never find a part that I wanted to re-listen to. Well, good news. I've chaptered the whole life. You say, yeah, but, you have a reading, you have Q&A, you have a question of the day. What I want is somewhere 2 hours into the Q&A part. No, this chapter system is no ordinary chapter system. It's down to the minute. Yeah. So you can find exactly when everything was discussed, thanks to a program I wrote with the help of computational intelligence. So you really get the most out of it. And you don't get the annoying chat. Hey. Just kidding, you're not annoying. And you also get the ability to shut me up at any time by clicking pause. Or you can get me to replay anything I said, skipping back. Or you can get me to cut to the chase by skipping forward too. Oh, the powers you have outside of time to control me. And besides that YouTube channel, I have another one, which is the Yamsox ASMR. I don't upload as frequently to it, but it has some, a little higher quality stuff that has some prepared planning, such as reading through this ancient scripture, ASMR style, the Bhagavad Gita, whispered, with some rain sounds in the background. And I'm planning on doing some chanting tutorials there, guided meditations. And a few weeks ago now, I also uploaded a video that talks you down from an anxiety attack, since I know so many of us experienced that, including myself. You can play me in 2 times speed and meditate quicker, says Woo Woo. That is true, I forgot about that. You can always listen at 1.5 times speed, since I know I do talk pretty slow. Can I show the book again? Yes, I can. Bhagavad Gita. I actually have like 4 different Bhagavad Gitas next to me, but this is the one we've been reading on the ASMR channel. Translated by Hari Chetan. Both of those YouTube channels are linked in the link tree in my bio. And there's a frequently asked questions portion there, in case you're just generally curious. There's probably a couple answers to your questions on there. And that's everything I have to advertise, besides one thing. You may know me as Yamsox. But have you ever seen yam socks? These are my socks. These are Yam's socks. They're Yam's socks. They have yams and sweet potatoes. Whole bunch of little custom designs. And that's something ridiculous that you can get your hands on in case you ever wanted to get something in return physically for supporting me. Either that, or if you're more of a hat person, we have this tiny toque that says, yippee! Because I'm just a little goofy guy like that. And right now I'm saving up for a trip to India, as you all know. And it helps me pay for my very expensive plane ticket. Once I'm there, I'm sure I can survive, but it's the plane ticket I'm not able to just manifest. But it's never expected. So don't feel obligated. Nor is that reverse psychology, because you are always welcome to be here, regardless. And thank you, Warrior Priestess, for your rosa. Radhe or Radhe. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. And thank you, everyone, for being here. We are going to end this live stream momentarily. And thank you, Jessica, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! No, I have not read The Name of the Wind, Marmander. But I am happy that it is likely something that you very much look up to and have found very, very much a source of wisdom, meaning, perhaps. Or maybe it's a goofy little book. Let this be an offering, this live stream, to Sri Radha Krishna. And may all things good that may have come of this live stream be attributed to them. For without the divine masculine and feminine, there would be none of this. Nada. Now, I forgot what I do at the end of these. Oh yeah, that's right. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyama, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. Oh, my phone is vibrating. That's fun. All right. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Bye-bye.